Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Good afternoon. Today is Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. This is a regular meeting of the City of Marina Council. Anita, can we please get a roll call?
Councilmember McAdams.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Biala.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
Thank you. City Attorney, are there any changes to the closed session agenda?
Hi, Mayor Pro Tem. No, there are no changes to the closed session agenda.
Thank you very much. And we'll open it up to the public in the room or on Zoom. Seeing none, we close public comments. And we will go into closed session and we will reconvene here at 6:30 p.m. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Our first matter of business is rather administrative only. It won't excite too many people. Okay, Jenny's here. So, I'd like to call to order a special meeting for the Marina Joint Powers Financing Authority. Can we have a roll call, please, Anita?
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember McAdams.
Here.
Councilmember Biala. Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
Here. So the only thing on our agenda is sort of to allow us to move forward with whatever actions we take regarding the Preston Park loan. So this is a different hat that we wear at the moment compared to what we'll be wearing in a few minutes. So this is the Marina Joint Powers Financing Authority. And we have a resolution in front of us. Who's like to, which staff would like to frame this for us? Is it Lane?
I can do it. So yes, the resolution merely is a resolution you need to adopt in order to set the regular meeting of the Marina Joint Powers Authority. That resolution sets December 16th, 2025 as a regular meeting of the governing board of the Marina Joint Powers Financing Authority.
All right, I'll motion that we approve the resolution ahead of us, in front of us, and authorize the officers of the authority to take all actions necessary to implement the purpose of the resolution, which is as our city attorney has just described.
Second.
Any public comment on this matter? We'll start with the folks that are here in the room. Anyone wishing to rise and speak, please do so. Seeing none, we'll go online. Everybody online, you're welcome to speak to this matter. Please raise your hand and we'll call on you. We'll give you a moment before we close public comment. Okay, we'll close public comment. All in favor, any questions or feedback before we vote? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. All right, that motion passes. And we will adjourn that special meeting. And now we'll reopen our regular Marina City Council meeting for December 2nd, for which we met at 5 o'clock to start our closed session. And we've been in closed session since then. For the most part, City Attorney Renee Ortega, can you explain what we did in closed session?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So in closed session, council provided direction and with respect to item 4A2, voted to form a subcommittee, ad hoc subcommittee with respect to Lock Padden Park that would consist of the mayor and Councilmember McCarthy.
All right, thank you. So we're going to have a moment of silence and a pledge of allegiance. Allison, would you like to lead us in the pledge of allegiance? After a moment of silence, if we could all stand, please. Thank you, Allison, for being a good sport. And tonight's all about Allison. So the next privilege we have is offering her a proclamation to honor her services. Just when I started to understand what the title of her position was and the name of her department, she's moving on to Humboldt, no less. She's my total envy that she gets to move to Humboldt and have a really good job at Humboldt State. Fantastic. So Allison started with us in May of 2022. Seems a lot longer, especially probably for her. And she's consistently demonstrated a high level of professional urban planning expertise. She served as project manager for the 2045 general plan, the local coastal program update, and the Marina Station subdivision. Each of those three projects was large and complicated. Allison has also provided guidance to other staff planners and has been instrumental in increasing the overall effectiveness of the Marina Planning Department. The Marina Community Development Department. She recently presented the local coastal program, Coastal Hazards Project, to the California Coastal Commission just last month, November, highlighting over 20 years of working on coastal related planning as she has. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Bruce Delgado, and the entire City Council of the City of Marina do hereby express our sincere appreciation and gratitude, Allison, for your planning efforts, your good charm, your can-do-it attitude, and we congratulate you on your retirement from one public agency so you can go to another public agency should you wish. And we wish you all the best and continued success in your future endeavors. But your success here for all of us, we'll always be thankful and we'll always benefit from it. Your work on the local coastal program and your work on the other projects are going to, last longer here than any of us. So thank you very much for all that you've contributed. And we're really glad that you spent a lot of time preparing a speech. We'd like to hear that now.
Thank you very much. Kind words. I was just telling Councilmember McAdams recently, actually, super truthfully, that I'm so glad that I was able to have the city of Marina kind of as my pinnacle of my career, because it's been great working here. The community is lovely. I tell people all the time, I actually like tabling on the weekends. It's like pleasant. It's not, grueling like some other places can be. But the opportunities to work on these big projects have been, even after all my many years doing this, all of them have been like, oh, how do I figure that out now? So like never ending challenges, constant. Working with Guido has been great. I've learned a lot. Working with the more junior planners, kind of trying to bring them up and mentor has been super fun. So best of luck to everybody, and I'll be off.
Tell us about your future.
So my partner, Bill, and we're both from Humboldt. And we have a house there in Eureka. So we'll be going back up there. And I just learned today, actually, that it looks like I'm going to be teaching a coastal planning class at Cal Poly Humboldt in the fall. So I'm super excited. And I've been wanting to get into teaching for a long time, and just being in that environment. That academic college environment is very intriguing and homey to me. So I'm super excited. They have lots of planning classes. They're like, how about local government planning? Yeah, I could probably do that. So anyway, really excited. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, we're excited for you. Would you mind if we took a picture with you? We can all step down. Come on. Come on.
I definitely want to. And Guido.
And Guido.
Yes. Okay, Kathy's going to say a few words and everyone's welcome to follow. Councilmember Biala?
Thank you. I just have to say that, I just hate to say goodbye to people like you that have done so much for our city, and it really grieves me. I'm not kidding you. So I know you're going on to greener pastures, but I know you'll always remember us and all that you've done. And I really think that since you're now teaching what you just gave to us in terms of the LCP, I mean, it couldn't have been better, right? I mean, current information, the struggles, all the different words that you have to put in an LCP and what to consider. So I'm glad we were helpful to you in terms of your future. But yeah, and you represent to me the kind of professionalism and you're always quiet, but you're forceful when you need to be. I really am gonna miss you and for our city as a whole to not have you there, because I think you were wonderful to work with Guido, but also I could see the mentoring that you do with the younger folks too. So that was, they had such an opportunity to grow because of you, so. Yeah.
Thank you, Kathy. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. I told Allison before the meeting, it's kind of rare that I'm genuinely mad. I'm mad, but also, you know, obviously happy for someone that's following their dreams. But very specifically, Allison, I just want to share that I found that you really have a gift of being able to present facts in a very compelling, kind of non-combative, neutral way that really fostered free thought and discussion. And if you have any ability to share how you have that gift or how you can transfer some of that gift to any of us, please either privately or publicly let us know, because it's really special and I'm very appreciative of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Councilmember McCarthy?
McAdams.
Councilmember McAdams, I'm sorry.
So this is the second time that Allison Hunter has abandoned me when I was on the dais. Thank you very much. No. I am just, yes, you are so pragmatic and you just have this way about being very black and white and sticking with the code. And I've heard from several developers how much they absolutely adore you and appreciate your hard work. So thank you so much. And I'm excited for you. Of course, sad, but you know, like how exciting to go back to your other home and get to be a teacher and mentor young youth and hopefully inspire and motivate them to work in a municipality and serve residents. So thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Mayor Pro Tem Fisher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, Alison, I would like to agree with the previous three speakers. Same things, you know, thank you for teaching me and always replying to emails so fast and so clearly. It's so nice. It's and I'll keep it short, but like I emailed, you know, I'm happy for you, but we will miss you. But best of luck to you.
I think you're the best example of a high quality community development department that we have. And thanks to Guido for seeing that in you. And thanks to you for doing all the hard work for you to be able to move where you've moved throughout our city and to mentor all the folks that you work with. We really appreciate that. And yeah, your high quality of work and your ethics are exactly what we could ever hope for in a professional working for the city. And I think the quality of the documents, the quality of our implementation of land use will for a long time be thankful to your efforts. Thank you very much. Okay. Guido, would you like to say something?
Oh, no, obviously we're going to tremendously miss Allison. She's been a great asset to the city, pushed a lot of projects through. So just want to thank her for all her hard work. So we do have another community development.
Well, we're going to have one more word from
Okay.
Lane Long. Our city manager gets the last word, and then it's back to Guido.
Lightly, Allison. I think what the council has seen is exactly what our community has seen and our staff has seen is Allison has this level of expertise and this passion for planning that has elevated and has allowed us, you look at the load that's on the planning department, a students development, Sea Haven development, general plan update, LCP update, Marina Station plan. And what you're going to see with the Marina Station plan is Allison's footprint. So 5 years down the road, if the plan crashes and burns, which it won't, it is Allison, because Allison has overseen that project as we've been implementing that project. And now it is starting to go vertical. Model homes are under construction. and that is Allison's. That's been her project that she has made sure that every I is dotted, every T is crossed, and that's going to be a successful project because of Allison, and we will fill that expertise for the next 10 years. What the council will see is at our next council meeting, we're going to be bringing back a contract with EMC Consulting for contract management of the Marina Station project, and Allison will continue to help us transition as Phil gets up to speed on that project, and so we appreciate Allison being willing to help do that. See that contract the next time, and again, so we won't have any hiccups in that process. It'll continue to move forward very seamlessly. But Allison, you've been a little joy to work with. Thank you so much.
And Allison, I just thought that at 300 acres and 1,367 homes, Marina Station is the largest single project our city has ever done, and will probably be the largest project we'll ever do because we're running out of places other than Cypress Knolls. Maybe future annexation, but in the foreseeable future, it's the biggest project in the history of our city. So thank you for being the lead. That's big.
Are we moving on to the next? So we did want to introduce our new senior planner, Phil. So Phil, if you want to come up and introduce yourself.
How big are his shoes?
Not big enough to fill Allison's. So hi, good evening, council members. I'm Phil Angelo. I'm the new senior planner, coming from County of Monterey, where I've got a lot of experience there in planning for the last 5 years. I'm really excited to be here. There's a lot of very interesting things happening in the city, and I can't wait to contribute to them, both with the local coastal program update and Marina Station and others. That's
Phil, did you say you're coming from Kinney in Monterey?
County of Monterey.
County of Monterey. Thank you.
Gotta articulate a little more.
We love to steal the best from our partners. Really good to meet you. Thanks for being here.
And sorry I didn't introduce myself last time. I was sitting in the back just trying to eavesdrop on the incidental take permit stuff.
We figured you were a prospective intern.
Almost.
Great to see you, Phil. Thanks. Okay. So now we move on to council and staff announcements. Staff, do you have any? Where's Drea tonight?
Drea is sick, and so she won't be here. If she were here, she'd probably announce the tree lighting this Friday at 6 o'clock at the Vince DiMaggio Park. It is going to be a great, fun activity as it usually is. Hopefully weather forecast looks great. Going to have lots of light, lots of hot chocolate cookies, fun band playing. So join us at 6 o'clock.
All right. And to continue Dre's energy, and Amanda and the rest of the recreation and cultural services staff, they are also organizing a community winter fest. It's a community meal, free, all you can eat, the whole feast and fixings of a traditional holiday, late Christmas. Some people call it Christmas, late December season. And there'll be a little bit of a festival outside with lots of activity for kids, and inside there'll be music and feast. So it's for everybody, whether you have a roof to sleep under or not. All families are welcome. And I hope to see, are we going to see the Reich family there? Maybe. The Reich family has sent about 8 to 10 people each of the last 2 Thanksgiving community dinners. They've got it down. They're very smart people. So I hope that a lot of people take advantage of this wonderful community offering. Marina Youth Arts will probably be there in some fashion. So come on out. It's Sunday, December 21st from 1 to 4 p.m. Right across the parking lot from right in the City Hall parking lot and the Rocky Hahn Community Center. Okay. So our fire department chief, Doug McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want everybody to get ready for this Saturday.
because the Marina Police Department is going to escort Santa Claus around to town. So listen for the sirens and we'll do our annual round. Santa Claus will be riding in the fire engine and you'll see the Marina Police Department escorting us all the way through our route. So it's always a fun event and especially the kids, but absolutely love it.
That's great. Okay, let's go to Councilman McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would be remiss if I didn't just take a little bit of time to recognize that yesterday was World AIDS Day. It's a day since 1988 for remembering lives lost to HIV and AIDS, and for supporting and recommitting ourselves to fighting stigma, promoting care, and demanding global health justice. This year, the federal government has officially stepped back and has removed funding from social media posts, public proclamations, and coordinated awareness efforts. And so I think it's more important than ever for this council to not remain silent, because silence matters. AIDS didn't go away. HIV didn't go away. People living with HIV are still fighting and surviving, needing access to care, support, and dignity. And I just want to share, Mr. Mayor, that from as long as I can remember, you wore a red ribbon on this dais at a time when it was not always very popular to do so, and just how meaningful that was for me, especially as a member of the LGBTQ community. I was fortunate enough to come of age at the tail end of the AIDS epidemic, but I hear stories that haunt me every night. I hear stories of bodies of loved ones. Sorry. Put in the back of a pickup truck and driven to the morgue because there was that much stigma about calling somebody to pick up that body. And these stories just go on and on. And so I just think that not remaining silent is just something that is really good for our community, and wanted to say that and appreciate the mayor for always being an advocate for the cause. Thank you.
All right. I'll try to continue following in your footsteps on that one. You and Jenny and anyone else that's a proponent of the LGBTQ community. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if I'm cutting the grass away from Commander Cox, but the Marina Police Department is still collecting toys for the toy drive until December 8th, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. till 4 p.m. Toys can be dropped off here at the police department, 211 Hillcrest. Thank you. And I quickly, it's not an announcement, but just I would just like to talk about the Thanksgiving community meal, which was a wonderful event as usual. It's just so amazing seeing people sharing their meals, sharing tables, and staff working so hard. Kona Jerry's barbecue, catering, and so many volunteers. So it was awesome. So thank you. So 500 people. Oh boy. Okay, no wonder that the volunteers were tired. Yes. Okay. Wow. It was just if you haven't ever seen it, just join the Winterfest. It will be similar. Yes. It's just this is Marina. Huh? Meals together. Free. Okay. So thank you.
.25% of those 500 were the Wright family. Do the math. Okay, let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
And I had the honor and privilege of serving the Reich family. I got to bring them rolls outside. They sat outside in the sun. And your granddaughter, who is the most stylish youngster in the area, was dressed as Pikachu. So thank you for that. But I just wanted to piggyback on Mayor Pro Tem's comments and thank all the volunteers. Kona Jerry, the Shake family, they provide nourishment cooked with love and, donations. And it really is the DJ who shows up for every event. Marina Youth Arts, you guys are always there engaging our youth. They were making like marshmallow and pretzel things. But anyways, it was a great event, and I just feel so fortunate to be part of this community where we can all come together and just have a really nice time. And then regarding Santa on the fire truck, if you want the map of where he's going, you can find that on the Marina Foundation website or their Facebook page. So that's where you find the detailed map of where he's going and when. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenny. On December 8th, Monday, at 5:30 PM. There'll be a virtual community meeting on Zoom for topic construction impacting the California Coastal Trail. So Marina is fairly well torn up right now along Del Monte Boulevard and along the Dunes Beach Road on former Fort Ord, with the state parks doing a large campground project, and Monterey Salinas Transit doing a large mass transit project on Del Monte. And so there's a lot of impacts. And so Monterey County Supervisor on Monday, December 8th, 5:30 PM, and myself, Mayor Bruce Delgado, will host a virtual community meeting meant to provide the public with information on MST project and the California State Parks projects, which are under construction, and the Monterey Salinas Transit and the California State Parks representatives will each present about their project so people can learn more about that and ask questions that these experts will answer. So it's on Zoom, and the meeting ID, you might have to write that down. I'll say it twice: 972-710-54526. Once again, 972-710-54526. That's the meeting ID, and it's 5:30, Monday, December 8th. Okay, I guess we'll move on at this point to the public comment. So anyone wishing to public, we're going to start with those of you that are present here in person. Please step up to the podium should you wish to speak for up to 3 minutes. And also you can talk about the consent agenda issues or anything else that's on your mind.
Hello, I'm Cosette Mulder, the president of Marina Youth Arts, and this is Leanne Lang, a new board member with us. And we would like to share an event that we have coming up this weekend, the Sunday, the 7th.
And it's from 10 to 2:30, and it's going to be at Marina High School Gym. And it's going to be a holiday market. So we're going to have handcrafted vendors there. And we also have food trucks, live entertainment. This is a community event we are inviting you all to, because we really want the community to come out, because this is our second annual holiday market. And we're adding to that a first student art exhibit for our high school students. And this is a juried art exhibit to actually sow into the next generation of artists. My husband is a professional artist, and we feel strongly that the world that students that are artists are coming out of or in, that it's so negative, and we really want to provide hope, direction, inspiration, and something to go with that they can go hopefully to art school. This is a visual art exhibit, meaning all mediums of art. It's going to be juried by professional artists. And there will be we're inviting the community to judge or to pick their very favorite painting or piece of art, because it's also going to be sculptures and ceramic pieces. We have 16 students who are participating. We are so excited about that. And we feel so strongly about it that my husband and I are personally funding $1,000 Achievement in Art Award that we are presenting. And this is going to be an annual event. So we plan on doing this every year at this time of year. And it's going to be at Marina High School. We've already talked to Mr. Clavetto. He's very excited, and so is the art teacher there as well. And we just want you to come out, and we're really pushing the community to come out as Marina is growing exponentially. We feel that having these community events that are so draws the community together. I've been a community resident here for 50 years, and I have strong ties here. The children's room in the library, the Michelle Lang Children's Room, is
My sister-in-law, it was named after her. My mother-in-law was Astrid Lang. She was made Woman of the Year in 2014. And so we have a strong sense of giving back to our community, and the community is here in Marina. We feel strongly about providing positive look at Marina High School, because still their stigma is we want to transfer our kids out of Marina to Seaside or Monterey. And our
I'm sorry, I don't like to do this. We've given you extra time to
oh,
come.
so sorry.
I was telling
but-
the city manager, the city attorney to cut you off because I didn't want to, but he didn't want to either.
Uh-huh. So thank you. We would like you all to come out and just support our students and for everybody to see what a great school Marina High School is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you both. And last year was a great event at the Phil Am Community Hall, and it's going to be even better this year. Thank you for this. A lot of hard work. Okay. Anyone else in the room that would like to speak to anything on their mind or the consent agenda? Then let's turn it over to Rob Den Turley. Go ahead, Rob Den. We're asking you to unmute, Rob Den. Okay, you should be good to go.
Hello.
Yes, hello, Denise.
So, for those of you who don't know this burning question, my husband is Robert. So that makes us Robden. So, anyway, I guess you can all guess which item I'm going to speak on. That would be 10G2, the continuation of the contract between the city and Gray Star Management Company for the management of Preston and Abrams Park. And I understand that it needs to be done this time of year for continuity reason, but we're still lacking several things to make the partnership between the city, Gray Star, and the Tenants Association and all tenants in general to have an effective communication system. And so I would suggest that that be one of the goals for this year, that we figure out how to communicate more effectively. That, and I'm going to speak specifically to the fact that I had my unit painted and floored over this last year and a half, almost 2 years. And the process was bumpy. It was worse the first time than it was the second time. The second time was the same week. I spent the week in the hotel with the fire victims from Preston Park on the 3rd floor of Home 2 Suites, which is now nicknamed Preston Park Southwest, for that week at least. And so anyway, I would just say that we still need to brush up and really have a more cohesive plan. Tenants need to know what the management wants. Management needs to know what the tenants need. And it would make that process so much better. I'll give you back 10 seconds. Bye.
Thank you, Denise. And we'll give everyone else online a moment if you wish to speak to our consent agenda or other things that might be on your mind. Let's go to Linda. Welcome, Linda.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple things. I'm looking, since we're talking about the renewal of the Preston and Abrams Park contract this evening, I'm looking at a requirement to have an audit done at the end of each term, which would be December 31. And I have not seen anything that such audit was performed, and I'm just wondering, did I miss it? And I also had my unit remodeled this year, and similar like Denise, there were bumps in the road. But one of the things that really stands out for me is, we had beautiful wooden cabinets and everything in here, and they are basically destroyed. They painted things that destroyed the cabinets and everything, and you cannot very well clean it and everything. And a lot of the things that I saw when I came back, it's beautiful on the surface, but it's really substandard. And I'm feeling that there's probably a better way, and maybe a different subcontractor that can be employed. And I don't have a feeling that these projects are managed the way that we would expect. And I just want to bring that up. I don't know what value it is at this point. There's really no alternative than, continuing the contract. But in any event, I wanted to bring that up. I think there is lots of room for improvement in the management of our units here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Linda. Your comments make it easier to make improvements, so we appreciate them. Okay, anyone else online? We'll close public comment. And I think the city council hopes that our staff can look into the items brought up at Preston Park. We have another year to do it. It's always better to hear before tonight so that maybe we can make some changes to the agreement, but it's never too late, and we can make post-agreement changes as necessary. All right. Let's move on to our consent agenda. Council members, do you have anything you want to pull or discuss briefly? Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you. I have 3 items I wanted to make comment on. 10G1, I wanted to thank the Marina Police Officers Association for their negotiations and service to our city and residents. 10G2, this is the Preston Park. I was just surprised that as landlords, we're not already requiring fire or renters insurance. So I'm happy to see that, and I hope that we move forward with that, implementing that requirement as soon as possible. And then also Exhibit C, which is still included in this. It's dated 2019, and I just wanted to confirm that the city attorney has reviewed this document and verified that it remains current, accurate, and legally effective, because it's signed not by you.
Which exhibit?
Exhibit C, which is it's like the only signed amendment in the document.
So yes, there have been amendments every year up to this point. So each amendment has extended the term of that agreement.
Check, but you have reviewed the initial agreement that it's extending? And
I've reviewed it, but
okay,
it's an existing agreement. But
okay,
to the extent we need to make changes, I have not reviewed it for that purpose.
okay, okay.
And one second, please. So the signatures follow tonight. Is that correct? The signatures that are lacking, they happen after tonight.
That is correct. For the amendment that is extending the agreement, yes.
And how about for Exhibit C?
That one's dated 2019. Hold on, it's on.
On page 75 of our packet. There's a signature page for Exhibit C. It was signed by the manager, but not the lender.
Page 20.
And Tori can comment on that.
That was the shared copy that we had. The city clerk may have a copy, and I would like to say that she probably does with fully executed document. The one that I might have pulled just did not have that information on it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And then, so then how about the exhibit C on page 83? Do those follow or are they already in place? The last page of exhibit C.
So Exhibit C is a document that establishes the grievance procedures. That is a document that would be provided to tenants to sign.
It gets signed with.
Yes, so
Okay.
the signatures on page 65 of the PDF, page 20 of the document.
All right. And then how about the last two pages of exhibit D as in David, page 86 and 87?
That's one that I was.
So city manager says he signs it after tonight
That's correct.
and everybody else will sign it after tonight as well.
That's correct.
Thank you, Jenny. Please,
Sure. And then 10M1, which is the mayor appointments. Councilmember McCarthy is vice chair of.
I think we need to pull it because there's a few changes.
Oh, okay. Okay. So then I'd like to pull 10M1. Great. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to pull 10G2 because I think I have longer comments than.
Okay, so we've got 10M1 from Councilmember McAdams and 10G2 from Mayor Pro Tem Fisher. Any other items people have questions or brief comments or wish to pull? Okay. Go ahead, Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. 10F1 is the city council calendar. I just think there's a mistake. The last item there says September 3rd to 4th. I think. Sorry, let me get you the exact date. 10F1 items number 7 says regular meeting Tuesday, September 3rd to Wednesday, September 4th. I think September 4th is a Friday, so I just want clarity there. Hopefully that's just a quick question.
Anybody have their calendar out?
Yeah, September 4th, 26 is a Friday. So I think number 7 probably was intended to say from the 1st to the 3rd instead of the 3rd to the 4th. Or I'm sorry, the 1st to the 2nd.
From the 1st to the 2nd. Is that correct? Shep, is that correct?
Okay.
Sounds like-
Yeah.
Anything more?
Yeah, 10G2. So we were clear on what that is. That is the Tuesday to the Wednesday like the other.
Yeah, we're not clear yet. Just heard from the city attorney. Can we get confirmation on that regular meeting in early December of the dates? What it was and what it will be? Okay, so regular meeting Tuesday, December 1st will instead be bumped one day to Wednesday, September 2nd. Sounds like Labor Day's on the 7th,
Yeah,
so we
sounds like-
probably mean instead of Tuesday, the 7th, we're gonna go to Wednesday, the 8th.
Yeah, so Labor Day is the 7th, so it would change from the 8th on Tuesday to the 9th.
Because the normal first Tuesday is clear. Okay, so thank you, Councilmember McCarthy, for bringing this up. So we're gonna strike item 7 from 10F1.
Okay. I'll move on to 10G2. Just a couple of questions about the Gray Star contract also.
So
Oh, calling it. Okay, thank you.
anything else?
J3 is the gun moratorium. Quick question. We don't have any businesses currently in line asking for any permits in regards to that.
None that I'm aware of. Yeah.
Okay. And I assume so being that nobody showed up to speak. And that's it.
Proof of consent that does not include 10G2 or 10M1 as in Mary, and that we adjust 10F1 to delete number 7. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any comment before we go to a vote? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. All right, that motion passes. Council, if you want to take up the 2 hold items, or you want to put them to the back, as is our practice? Any,
To the back, please.
to the back?
It's
Okay,
not
so
that important.
let's move on then to the back. Sorry, we have public hearings. On the coastal commission hearings, maybe our last chance, we're going to hear from our esteemed program manager.
So close. I am Allison Hunter, Planning Services Manager for the city of Marina for 8 more days. I am actually very excited to bring this item to the council for a lot of reasons. As you know, this has been a work in process since 2017, so long before my time. This is the Coastal Hazards and Sea Level Rise Amendment to the city's 1982 Local Coastal Program, or LCP. This was, I won't go into the background because I think everybody, even people who have been following in the public, have heard about how this all got started. But the exciting news is this went to the Coastal Commission on November 7th. Renee was there with Dave Revel, our amazing consultant from Integral Consulting. None of this would have happened without Dave as the expert doctor of geomorphology. So the commission and Coastal Commission staff loved what we were doing and absolutely were just falling over themselves with compliments on this document. They truly complimented us, and just kudos to the city of Marina for being a leader statewide in trying to come up with policies to keep our coastline in as natural a condition as we possibly can. So we got about 99% of the way there. With all of their support and acknowledgement of all of our hard work, they could not give us the complete ban on hard armoring shoreline protection that we were asking for, specifically because it would be inconsistent with Public Resources Code Section 30235. So coastal staff worked very hard on what we all call friendly mods, which in concert with our staff and city attorneys, we really crafted language that we think, although we couldn't quite get to codifying the complete ban, the circumstances under which hard armoring would be allowed are so limited that it was really as good as we could possibly get. So it does result in a practical ban, given the existing development on our coastline already has their own restrictions in terms of shoreline protection devices. And we're just super proud of how this came out. Now, I'm slightly embarrassed after getting all of the warm thoughts and warm wishes and everything earlier with my proclamation. I do have to point out a small boo-boo in your packet because it just wouldn't be right if there wasn't a small boo-boo. I actually included the old implementation plan. So you all on the dais, you all have a copy of this Exhibit B corrected. which includes, it's very few comments, but I do want to walk you through it just to explain it really quickly. But I had inadvertently included your approved implementation plan, but I did not include the track changes that were required, the modifications from the Coastal Commission. So on this new corrected version, you now have the strike through underlines, which reflect what the commission did at their hearing and as recommended by coastal staff. So we can walk through these. There are not very many. And it's really just, this is the implementation plan. So it's putting into more development standard type language, the policies that were in the land use plan. So if you would like, we can just walk through each of these, whatever is your pleasure.
Yes.
Okay. So starting just at the very beginning of this corrected Exhibit B, you'll see that whatever's underlined, of course, was added by coastal staff, and then the stricken phrases and words were removed by coastal staff. So in the very first paragraph, in order to be consistent with that Public Resources Code 30235, they struck no, as in they would not buy off on ensure that no shoreline protective devices were installed, but to say shoreline protective devices will only be utilized subject to the very limited circumstances in the future consistent with LUP policy hazard 1, 4, and 6. So those hazard policies are the ones that define under what cases shoreline protective devices could be utilized. And I do want to point out that the commission is very supportive of living shoreline protective devices, soft armoring, as we call them, managed retreat, all those other types of armoring before you get to hard armoring, like seawall, revetment, groin, that kind of stuff. So there's no prohibition or other, like they're very supportive of moving forward with every possible alternative and putting the onus on the developer to say why that alternative soft or nature-based device would not work. So you exhaust all of those other remedies before you get to any kind of hard armoring structure. So that's the first one. And then moving a couple more pages to, and my apologies, this doesn't appear to have page numbers, but it's 3F. Starting with shoreline protective devices are only allowable in Marina coastal zone when found consistent with LUP policy hazard 6. So we had used the word prohibited, and of course they crossed that out and then created this little caveat, only allowable under these circumstances that are very limited. And when required to serve coastal dependent uses or to protect existing structures and public beaches. So we added definitions of coastal dependent uses, which are very, very limited under the Coastal Act. They are uses that must require the shoreline to exist, like piers and boat marinas and things like that. And then down a couple more pages, getting towards the end, Roman numeral 5, shoreline monitoring. They struck a section there, but left the other agencies that will be participating in preparing coastal hazard response plans when these certain triggers are met. And Then they just added under that same section, subsection B, monitoring, and then they included including as required by any CDP condition. So these were actually, in my experience, very minor modifications prepared by coastal staff. I have worked in cities that have had their whole entire LCPs stricken, underlined, so that the city council would not approve it. It's that dramatic. So I'm really proud of how this came out. I think it's going to be great. If there are any questions about these new implementation plan items, I'd be happy to talk about those. But next steps, for your information, what happens tonight, I will send back to Coastal Commission staff for a final certification, which I think once they get it, this will just be a consent item on their agenda and it will be very quick. And then we have a certified amendment. This is planned to be just rolled into our comprehensive update that's going on concurrently. I have just in the last couple of days been thinking about, we might want to, Renee and Guido, you guys might want to, and Phil, think about actually doing a municipal code amendment to 1740 and just adding this coastal hazards as a new chapter within our existing zoning code, Title 17, to help it be in place sooner than the rest of the comprehensive update.
When's your last day?
Next Friday.
Plenty of time.
But Phil loves this stuff and he has experience with LCPs and coastal, so he's very excited.
All right. Will that be it for now?
That is it for my presentation.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm sure we're gonna have questions. Let's go to the public first, get their input. Anyone here in person wish to speak, please step forward. Seeing no one rising, let's go to folks online. If you are online, want to speak to this coastal hazards and sea level rise implementation plan and LCP amendment, please raise your hand. We'll give you another moment. Okay, we'll close public comment. Monterey Peninsula Water Supply Project is my only question. It's considered a coastal dependent use, is that correct?
Only the intake equipment is coastal dependent.
Not the wellheads, not the
The
slant wells,
the slant wells intake would be considered.
including all the infrastructure of roads and.
I would not consider that coastal dependent.
All right, the single story, electrical buildings that run the slant wells.
Yeah, I would, Renee is shaking his head at me. I would not consider any of those aspects of that larger project coastal dependent.
Okay, so the reason I bring it up is because the staff report in the page 1, it says that the 3 existing and or permitted facilities along Marina's coast already include prohibition for installation of shoreline protected devices. So if the Monterey Peninsula Water Supply Project goes in with the slant wells, is there already a document that includes language that prohibits shoreline protective devices?
Yes, their own coastal development permit issued by the Coastal Commission prohibits. I think it's condition 14.
Like clarify that permit has not been issued. It's just a conditional permit. The permit has
Conditional
not-
permit.
Yeah,
It's not
so
been
that was
issued.
my next question to our legal attorney. Is there any other kind of attorney? He's not our movie review attorney. He's our legal attorney. It says it's a permitted facility, but that coastal development permit has not been issued. Is that correct?
That is correct. So
Okay.
it's a conditional permit. So meaning you've got to meet certain conditions in order for it to be a permit.
Okay, so from the coastal commission, do they have a coastal development permit already or not?
they have a permit that is subject to conditions for it to be effective.
Okay,
Just like all of our permits are the same.
all right. So is it true that we have 3 existing and or permitted facilities?
We have 3, do we? Is it-
Yes, we have MCWD's old wastewater treatment plant at Reservation. We have Sanctuary Beach Resort and the long word of
The
that you
Cal-Am
were just
project.
saying. Yeah.
So that's my question is it correct that
So that staff report could probably be clarified, that there are 2 existing permitted projects and one that has a permit that is still conditional.
Subject to conditions.
all right, very, very nuanced. Okay, so if the SNAT was go in and 25 years, they're so impacted by sea level rise that they have to be, something has to be done to them, either move them east or protect them with hard armor or something else. What does this say to their ability to be hard armored?
Well, they're,
They,
um,
they have condition 14 in their
Yes.
conditional
Yes.
permit prohibits any shoreline protective devices.
Okay.
So that's 1. And then
Yeah.
2, in our hazard 1, which is on exhibit A, page 3. It references 14 CCR section 13166. Page 15 of the PDF.
yes.
So that is, the purpose of that is that you are not, when you go to amend a permit or extend a permit, you're not to lessen existing permit conditions.
Unless such changes are allowed pursuant to section 13166.
Right, and that's certain very limited circumstances where it's something that was not foreseen, could not have been foreseen at the time that those conditions were in place.
And that won't be available to be said for the Monterey Peninsula Water Supply Project because it was a coastal condition, which means it was foreseen.
Correct, there's studies out there, there's sea level rise guidance, in terms of what impacts could be caused. And
Okay.
that's foreseeable now.
All right, that was my only line of thought. Anyone else? Councilmember Biala?
First, I want to say kudos to you, especially Allison, but also, is it Dave? I don't remember his last.
Dave Revel.
Dave
Mhm.
Revel, who we've heard several times, because this piece is really a masterpiece, and I always say it because the planned retreat, is that what you call it?
Managed retreat.
Managed
Mhm.
retreat, all of the details of the maps and the graphs, it's just been wonderful. It really is stunning. And I don't know whether other jurisdiction or coastal cities have this kind of, probably
Well, they
not.
all use him around here, so.
Oh, so they're getting it, but we might have been first because this has been going on for a while for
Yeah.
us. So I'm just very proud. And of course, a long time ago, there was a wonderful article, I think from the New York Times, that celebrated this and featured our mayor on it. And so I think we
LA
were-
Times,
Yeah,
yeah.
LA Times.
Mhm.
So we were very much out in front
Mhm.
in doing this. So and because it hasn't been totally approved until it goes back to the Coastal Commission, but we have not started any of the monitoring triggers or anything. But
No.
once the Coastal Commission does the consent agenda, then we start doing that, right?
There are triggers that we'll have to start reviewing and creating an actual monitoring plan. But
Okay.
yes,
And
that
then
will
is
be.
Dave or our plant, was Phil going to be responsible or somebody here?
Yeah, I don't think that's been figured out yet, but we'll have to get that organized and determine what the process will be for that.
Yeah, okay, great. And it sounds like, it's a big project too, but,
Mhm.
it's great to be out ahead of the pack. So you said that we have to exhaust other, or the Coastal Commission has a policy or practice of exhausting other armoring options. Is that specifically in writing in any of this?
I don't know off the top of my head if it is.
Because that's a really critical piece, you know, in some way to refer that that there are other options that have to be implemented.
Yeah, as part of the coastal hazards response plan in this implementation plan, it's item Roman numeral 3E. There is one of the items that needs to be considered is identification of alternatives considered to avoid coastal hazards or reduce erosion, due recession, and relocation alternatives.
Great.
Yeah.
Living shoreline elements and sand nourishment.
Great.
Yeah, the commission itself in their deliberation was very supportive of just the whole concept of making sure every possible other alternative is considered.
Great.
And they loved that Marina wants to do that
Yes.
because, you know, you can imagine up and down the statewide coast. there
Terrified
are-
of this.
Yes, very terrified
Yeah.
of exactly this. So
Yes, exactly. They have a lot more to lose than we do, actually, so I'm not faulting them for it, but also in F, let's see, what number is that?
Yeah, Kathy, was it okay if the city attorney
Yes.
provides?
Oh, yeah, yes,
So,
I'm sorry.
so I think the answer to your question in hazard 7, it kind of lays out,
the LUP.
yeah, on page 4, number 16 of the PDF. It talks about identifying all alternatives in lieu of shoreline protective devices, and it lists those.
And it lists them there.
Okay.
Yes,
So
thank you,
there are two
Renee.
places then. kind of.
Mhm.
Okay, great. So that really shows the emphasis. Great, thank you. And then on 3F, is that it? 3F is the place where they modified our wonderful statement of we're going to prohibit all armoring. And so we had to accept this language, and we really need to, otherwise we're not going to get our LCP. But as you said, it's very limited in scope. And so when it says and required to serve coastal dependent uses, and we had a big issue over that when the Planning Commission heard the LCP for the LCP for the I don't know, in the acronyms now, the CalAM project before the planning department. We talked a lot about this coastal dependent use, but when it says this, does that mean basically only approved ones? I mean, somebody can be proposing it, but if they haven't addressed this, then it wouldn't be approved, right?
Well, we did, as part of this amendment, we did add definition in your appendix A of the exhibit A as coastal dependent use. So it does very specifically limit what is considered a coastal development use. So in those cases, if a new coastal dependent use is permitted, they would have to prepare this shoreline coastal hazards plan that identifies how they intend to either retreat or protect through living shoreline or other soft facilities.
So that project, I don't think I ever saw a plan for that. Do you
For
recall?
CalAM?
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you recall, Lane?
I don't ever, because I know managed retreat was not going to be possible because of the zoning and properties needed for that. So, but I don't recall that was required. And maybe this is a new thing for the Coastal Commission. I don't.
This may be a new thing and we didn't have this before in our LCP and the Coastal Commission relies on the Coastal Act for their coastal development permits, but they do look to the local LCP for guidance.
Right, and we didn't.
we
have
didn't
that
have it.
until
Yeah.
Next coastal commission meeting. Okay, well, great. Thank you very much for those clarifications. I appreciate your work.
Thank you, Kathy. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I agree. This doesn't do justice the amount of work I think that's been put into this. So thank you very much for that. Just a couple of comments, really. As we work with those 4 entities that are listed, does the city have any kind of, actually it's a question, does the city have any schedule or any reminder like, hey, every 5 years we should be reaching out to state parks and having this discussion, or what does that look like?
Are you talking about, under Roman numeral 5 shoreline monitoring and
Yes.
the 4 items there? Those are relating to triggers. So they would be monitoring, and theoretically we would be monitoring to see when the erosion of dune crest within 10 feet of the parking lot or 30 feet of the restroom. So, if a giant storm happens, the city and these entities, it's their property and their improvements. So they will be out there, assessing damage. And that's when those monitoring steps start getting triggered.
I just think there's some value into preventing future city councils from having to have this hard discussion, right? To proactively reaching out and basically saying, hey, remember, our local coastal plan says X, Y, and Z. So
Yeah.
when this does happen, these will be your options. And I don't know what kind of schedule that looks like.
Yeah, well, and luckily we've learned through our extensive stakeholder meetings with state parks, Marina Coast Water, and Sanctuary Beach Resort, they all already have managed retreat as part of their business plans, so to speak. So
Okay.
they're well aware, they were supportive of these policies and development standards. So they're good partners to have with the city because we're all in alignment on how we want the coastline to age, so to speak.
And then the last comment, kind of similar, and I've talked about this before, but when you look at the coastal inundation maps, it talks about in 2100 that it's very possible that water may crest the top of the dune and come down Highway 1 and flood, the area under the highway and even more inland. And so kind of my comment/question is, what then, right? And we just saw this in Monterey, right? The Windows on the Bay Park flooded, and it's causing them big problems, and they're dealing with that. And whether they do armoring or not is yet to be seen. But are we looking at that? Is that too far down the road? What's the mitigation there? Do we close that part of the highway?
Are you talking specifically about Reservation Road going under the highway or
Right, so-
overtopping?
Under, but
Yeah,
the off ramps and on ramps would be unusable, right?
potentially. Yeah. And that's more the sort of greater risk is actually tsunami impacts at that location. Eventually sea level rise is expected to, get to that point of overtopping and entering the state beach parking lot and just continuing down reservation. This is a living dynamic document and it should be updated from time to time. So as sea level rise and coastal hazards progress, the city will need to invest in updating this to answer those exact.
Okay. Yeah, I just think it's worth
Questions.
mentioning that it's possible people alive today, young people today, right, will experience that. And so it's never too early to kind of start having the discussion. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Fisher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was trying not to say anything about this because Alison already answered some of my questions, and no pressure for Phil, but I sent my message at 12:58 p.m. yesterday, and 18 minutes later, boom, boom, boom. So, and yeah, one of my questions was about slant 12s and condition 14. because
She was
that's-
on lunch.
She doesn't do
I don't
lunch. She
take
doesn't
lunch
have time for
anymore.
lunch now. So, and one other question I asked was about the Sanctuary Beach Resort, and that is subject to the conditions of its own CDP. because people might be wondering about that as well.
Yeah.
So I just want to thank you and everybody else who
Mhm.
has worked on this very complicated.
Yes, and
document.
I do want to call out EMC planning consultants, of course, because they were the other big team member on this too. So kudos to them as well.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, I wanted to pick up on something that Councilman McCarthy started. There's staff turnover at all four of these entities, including Cal-Am, where they to do their water supply infrastructure slant wells. And it may not be on their radar. And being a living dynamic document, I think that it would be proactive if we started now, talking about this at the joint MCWD City Council meeting about what paper or electronic checklists are going to be needed so that every time there's a big storm, we go check and see if the dune's been crested. And if the dune has been crested, what's the notification process so that everybody knows amongst these four parties if there's been any trigger, rather than wait for a trigger to happen and expect that the staff at that moment will get out there and properly record this as this event as a trigger. So I guess a city manager question, what can we do to kind of implement Councilmember McCarthy's concern that, you know, everybody's got to be on the same page to make sure that this is followed?
Let us talk it over and their staff. We understand your point. So let us talk over to figure what kind of mechanisms, schedules, whatever we'll have in place.
Okay. Can you let us know after you've discussed it?
Yeah, and we'll definitely report back to you on that.
Okay. Any more comments, questions before let's go to Councilmember Biala?
Yeah, and Mayor Pro Tem Fisher and I sit on the quarterly joint meetings between MCWD and the city, and I think that's a great suggestion. And I think we should start the dialogue there, as well as letting the staff figure out the protocols for that. But that's the place to do it too. Thank you.
Okay. Someone like to make a motion? Councilmember Biala?
So I'd like to make a motion to accept the modifications made by the California Coastal Commission and at its November 7th, 2025 meeting to the city's Coastal Hazards and Sea Level Rise Local Coastal Program, LCP amendment approved by the City Council on January 22nd, 2025. The proposed amendment is not subject to environmental review per Public Resources Code, Division 13, Section 21080.9 and Section 15251 of the CEQA guidelines.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been seconded. Any final comment or question before we go to a vote? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, please say no. Any abstentions? So that motion passes unanimously, the five of us present. Kudos once more, Allison, and everyone who helped you, consultants and other staff. So we move to then next to a public hearing and reading of a potential amendment to our city parking schedule. And Commander Cox will be leading us through this. Thank you, Commander.
Good evening, everybody. Sorry. I'll stall while they bring up my slideshow. All right. You guys may recall last year I presented regarding AB 413, which is the daylighting parking issue, or not issue, a new law that was signed into law. Thank you. In October of 2023, it became in effect on January 1st of this year. Last year, the Marina Police Department interacted or engaged with the public regarding this new law through our website, our social media, presenting here at council. And then during the early stages of this new law, we issued only warnings, no actual citations. We continue to issue warnings on that. The proposed amendment to this municipal code. This is just a background on the new law. It's no parking within 20 feet of the crosswalk approach side, whether the crosswalk is marked or unmarked. If everyone recalls, can be a little confusing, but as you can imagine, there are probably hundreds of these locations throughout the city. One of the important parts of this new law specifically states that the parking area does not need to be marked red for it to be enforced. In creating this amendment, we're also asking for the value of the citation to be $45. Here we have listed the surrounding agencies that have this new law listed on the municipal code. And here's the draft ordinance for Title 10, Sections 10.40.040, asking for an addition, Section K. Vehicles are prohibited from stopping, standing, or parking within 20 feet of the vehicle approaching side of any unmarked or marked crosswalk, or 15 feet of any crosswalk where a curb extension is present. This is verbatim and coincides with the California Vehicle Code definition of this violation. So we are trying to amend this municipal code so the two laws line up perfectly. And here I have a recommended motion regarding this.
Thank you. So at this time, let's open the public hearing. And anyone in the room which wish to speak, please step forward. Seeing no one rising, let's go online for this public hearing. Anyone online wish to speak to this item, please raise your hand so we can bring you in to the discussion. We'll give you another moment before we close public comment. Okay, let's close public comment. Thank you, Commander Cox. Is the daylighting, I'm so sorry, is the curb extension 15 foot because it doesn't need to be 20 feet because you have more visibility with a curb extension?
Yes, because the curb jets out in the street further, then a car can't pull up all the way to the intersection per se. So that's why it's less.
Okay. How has it gone? How many, 0 warnings or 100 warnings that we've issued as a city since this 2023?
I don't have the actual numbers of how many warnings, but I can tell you that we issued dozens of warnings.
Great. I mean, good to know.
Yeah.
That's the ballpark I was looking for. Before we settle on, when do we settle on an amount of the fine?
I would have to talk to Guido in regards to where we landed on that number.
Okay, city attorney?
Yeah, sure. So currently you have a parking bail schedule that sets the fines in this category at $45.
So unless we change it, that would be the default.
Correct.
Okay. Can you try to run through, let's say a $45 citation. How much does the city keep? Because I know the public thinks that sometimes this is done to make money. And it's my impression that we get very little. It doesn't even pay for the police time for the paperwork and all that.
That's also my understanding. I don't have the exact percentages of where all those funds go.
Okay. Does anyone in the room have a better idea of what we end up with a fine? What percent? Okay. Maybe we could get that in the future, especially when this comes back. Will this come back to us to look at the specific fine amount?
I think that's on your, although I don't see the resolution, it is part of the staff report.
What's the number? 45. So
Okay.
if it's at 45 and that's less than everyone else, I guess my question is, why is it at 45?
Well, just from the police department, we don't get involved with the landing on any prices because there's a conflict of interest there. We're issuing the citations and then also deciding how much it is. So I wouldn't be able to answer.
All right, let me ask our city manager, who contemplates and decides the amount?
Of the police fines or just,
In this case, $45.
I think most of the time it's recommendations from our police department.
Okay. So I think council would probably agree that we want to know some justification for whatever the price is, that it covers staff time, et cetera, to some degree, similar to probably how other cities have contemplated this amount. So where do we go? What's our next step on this?
If I may, so in kind of researching some of this information, there was the last resolution, I think it's been at least 10 years, if not longer, since that bail schedule's been updated. So it could use an updated, my recommendation when I reviewed where it should fit within the ordinance was that it fit right in a category and there was already an existing $45 fine for this.
Okay.
So, but the schedule as a whole would likely need to be updated.
Okay. So to the city manager, is it possible that we're leaving a lot of money on the table with an old schedule?
Sorry, if the council wants to give us direction to look at our whole schedule, we can add that to our work program and come back to council and do a deeper dive on that.
Okay. Can I imagine if they've issued dozens of warnings, they're probably going to issue tens or more citations, which takes a lot of time in processing. And if we're undervaluing with our staff time, then we should probably relook, refresh.
Yeah, and a lot of times on fines, it's not just because fines are kind of punitive. They're different from our fee schedule, where in our fee schedule, the intent is to recover 100% of the cost, and fines is a little different approach.
Right. So maybe not full cost recovery, but there's a pattern where we're usually less than everyone else because we're out of date. So it just seems like this is an opportunity to get updated. And if it's true that we have a lot of other similar citations that are also outdated, just doesn't make sense that we would want to stay outdated.
Yeah. So there is a provision in the vehicle code that kind of lays out a process for setting those fines. It usually does require looking at the neighboring jurisdictions. So, but that's obviously another item that would come back in terms of updating all those fines as a whole.
Right. And I know when we hire or do labor negotiations to set salary schedules, and there's a couple other things. I think we look at a set of like 8 or 10 cities. It would make sense to use that set for these comparisons. So we're consistent and okay. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, are you aware of more regularly abused curbs that in this citations that you've been issuing?
Yes, there are certain locations that are far more frequent
Okay.
with this specific violation. Yes.
Okay. And do we have any red mark curbs in the city already? We do?
We do, yes.
Okay. Would those be covered by the more frequently abused curbs, or are there some that we might want to consider?
Consider painting?
Yes.
I think, if we went down the avenue of identifying the higher frequent ones, that's probably a good step, because it's far unreasonable to consider painting every intersection.
Sure.
But yeah, I think
Way
that's
too costly for us.
yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. It would be very easy to get the data on
Yeah.
what our hotspots would be for this
Yeah.
violation
Yeah.
and see if it's feasible to, depending on how many there are. Yeah.
Great. Okay. Well, I hope that we build that in our recommendation. Thank you.
Yeah, Ishmael's back there just itching to
Yeah.
paint more curves.
Yeah.
But it would save money from the resident or the owner of the car, and it would save staff time. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. If we were to get in a police car for the next hour and just proactively search these violations, would you say we could find 2, 5, 10, 100?
It's not fair for me to make that assessment because I'm not out there doing it every day, but our CSOs who conduct the majority of our traffic enforcement, and they're out seeking violations, they'd be able to give you a better idea. Based on what I've seen, I would say on a day right now, maybe 10. And that's just my assessment. Nothing really based on
Yeah,
that.
fair enough. And I would agree with that. I think that, these are numerous. So my concern is, while I agree with the mayor's idea of kind of evaluating the bail amounts, the ticket amounts, and making sure we're recouping costs. I also really feel for people that are probably doing this and not realizing it. And so I know we've kind of had this time period where we're trying to issue warnings. But if we go out and we ticket everyone who is violating right now, we're gonna have, it's, you know, it's gonna be tough. And so I just don't know what the way forward with that. I'd be more inclined to say, let's keep the bail on the ticket amount low and, but have an automatic increase every year, right? So that we give those people that are, you know, unknowingly violating the law, you know, a little bit of an opportunity, you know, that it doesn't kind of wipe out their meal money for the week or whatever. So, you know, I've kind of made those comments before, but my broader point is that this is a very easy violation to make. I'm sure I've even made it unknowingly in the last year. You know, we've got to get there at some point, but there's probably, I would guess if I spent the next 5 hours, I could probably find 100 violations in the city tonight. So those are just kind of just some broad comments.
Thank you, Brian. Let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to make a motion. Oh, okay. Okay. So I move for approval of one, opening a public hearing and reading by title only ordinance 2025 to be determined, amending section 10.40.040 of chapter 10.40 of title 10 of the Marina Municipal Code to add subsection 10.40.040.k to implement parking restrictions consistent with AB 413. 2, adopt resolution number 2025 to be determined, amending the city parking schedule pursuant to California Vehicle Code section 40203.5A, and find these actions are exempt from environmental review pursuant to section 15061 B3 of the CEQA guidelines.
Second.
Let's go to Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We
we
received
need
a
a
letter
second?
from MST.
Mr. Mayor, do we need a second?
We got it. Brian.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yeah. So we received a letter from MST informing us that there are 12 bus stops in Marina that might not be in accordance with AB 413. And they're requesting an ordinance that grants authority to operate and serve bus stops that fall within the newly restricted zone of crosswalks in our city. What is the procedure for this? That needs to be, I probably need to ask our legal city attorney.
Sure. So I don't know the provisions that govern bus stops, but I suspect there is. So we would have to see how that works with AB 413 and whether we need to really craft an ordinance to address bus stops that do not comply with AB 413. So I don't know the answer to that question. We would need to do some research, but we can certainly work with MST to identify what they believe is inconsistent with this and go from there.
Or ask our police officers not to be there when they stop at the bus stop.
Well, even if the officers are there, with
You-
any issue of citation, officers have leeway to make decisions
Yeah.
based on the circumstances at hand. And my assessment of it is, although by the letter of the law, it's a violation of that, the bus isn't parking there.
No.
We're addressing the issue of vehicles being left there unattended. So I don't think it's gonna be an issue as
Okay.
far as enforcement goes.
So that is the easiest solution for this. Yeah.
It says
Okay.
stopping, standing, or parking.
Correct. That's the
But
letter of the law.
it's up to the officer. Okay, and just a remark that I looked it up, of course, $45 in 2015. You said it hadn't been changed probably in 10 years at least. $45 in 2015 is today is $61 and some cents. Just for inflation. And of course, our salaries are increased every year. So we just need to be realistic. I know it's usually the people who live in smaller units, who have it's not the people with the driveways. So I agree, it's unfair, but we also need to be realistic about what it costs our city to issue those citations. And of course, for the paint, if any curbs get painted, maintenance, because they can look very bad after a while. So Those are my remarks. Thank you.
All right. I think it'd be good to call MST and ask what other cities' language, so we can use maybe their language. Okay, Councilmember Biala and then McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I know how people are feeling that we don't want to, create more difficulties for people who maybe have maybe more humble financial circumstances, but the reason for this is safety. When I have, see cars parked that close, I honestly feel like I'm gonna, scrape the car or something, you can't see, but then you're feeling like you're, somehow, so it's about safety. It's
Absolutely.
not about, so when we say punitive, yes, it is punitive because it's a safety for everyone about this.
Absolutely.
So I just want to keep in mind that that's the viewpoint that I come from. So, I want to see if a friendly amendment can be made, and that is to consider staff to consider red marking curbs for the more regularly proven abused curbs. And abused is not the right word, but I can't.
Violated.
But not violated. Okay. And I don't know if you will accept that friendly amendment.
Who is the maker of the motion? Jenny?
I would prefer that maybe staff come back with the specific locations. Like for me, that's just a little broad. Maybe it's just staff direction. I'm not sure what's easier.
Yeah, we.
Like, I don't know, is it going to cost like $1 million or 50,000? I mean, it's a little too broad for me.
Well, I mean, it's a judgment call of how many curbs. I mean, I think, we can set it, an amount. I don't know, but I'm not suggesting that it be so, budget breaking that, but I think we need to consider it. And it will help with, the fines as well. If people usually wouldn't park if they see a red line, curb paint, but at the same time, we can go ahead and
Yes.
issue a fine regardless of that.
Yes.
But I don't know if we should come back again for this. It seems like a small thing that we could let the staff have a judgment about how much budget we have for that and what, how many curbs we would, and based on the police's research.
Mayor, if staff, they would be doing that anyway. And so if there's ever a problem area in the city, we're going to take proactive action on that. So I don't think we need that in the motion, that we would just be doing that. If there's a problem area, we would red curb it anyway.
I'm a little bit not so sure that would get done unless we put it in the motion. Sorry.
So you can.
Do you want to put like a not to exceed? Okay, I'd be happy with that.
Sure.
It's just a little too broad for me.
Yeah. I don't know what that number is, so we have to get direction from, the number of curbs or the amount of money, or I don't know what the parameters are.
I wouldn't be able to testify, speak on how much it would cost, but, to throw out a number of how many intersections would be a hot.
You'd have
frequent
to do
ones.
your research
Yeah, I
first to
couldn't
see
say, to
the
give
regularly occurring ones.
And regardless of having those painted like we've talked about, it's a violation nonetheless. So if they're marked down the road and for a deterrent, it makes sense. But as it stands now, the enforcement's taking place regardless.
Mhm.
So
Right. I don't know. So city manager, do you have a recommendation about what kind of parameter we can put on it so it doesn't exceed a price or the number of curbs that we would prioritize for red painting?
Ishmael, do you have any thoughts?
If I may, as he walks up, one of my concerns, and I think it's very valid, Councilmember Biala, is there's actually many places in the city where there is a parking spot and an AB 413 violation. So it's almost like this, in one way, the city is saying, hey, park here, but if you do, we're going to give you a ticket. And I think that's probably more prevalent than we think. And so I'm a little worried about trying to go down this endeavor. It could get tricky quick. So although I think your comment is valid, and maybe staff can speak to that a little bit, but
I really don't have a real good answer. A 5-gallon bucket of paint is $200 and you can paint 100 locations with that. So
Okay, so the cost.
material cost is inexpensive. It's the labor cost. We don't
Yeah.
have the staff to be doing that every year.
Sure.
Red paint fades pretty quickly on curbs. It's something that should be repainted every year. So whatever we do, it's something we're doing every year. I personally, I think the best thing is if we plan to come back in 3 months with the numbers and we can tell you these are the hot spots and you can give us better direction on which ones you want to paint.
Okay,
Um,
that sounds
we-
good. Just some sort of monitoring of it
the
because.
tickets may go down as well as people get more used to the law. So 6 months from now, this might not even be a
Okay.
moot, it might be a moot point.
Because we sent out a lot of informational thing already on this, right? I mean, how long has it been since we've sent out things that, I know that we have been doing that, right? Or a year ago. Okay, so I'm just saying this is a year after and we're still doing dozens of
But on that point,
citations.
even though this is a newer law, whether it's parking unlawfully in handicap spot or red zones.
Yeah.
Regardless of how long they've been in law, we still get tons of violations of those as well.
Okay,
So is this the primary violation that we're seeing parking? No. We actually get quite a bit of violations of parking in a red zone. So even though it's the new one that people might not be familiar with, even ones that are well-known are frequently violated as well, so.
okay, well, is it too much for you to just take what your citations have been and to see if they fall on certain areas, certain curbs that seem to be a
Yes,
magnet
we
for
can get
this?
data on where citations are issued and the zones.
Okay.
Plus, that's.
Well,
our
that shouldn't
systems
take
would
very
allow that.
much time. Okay.
No.
Okay, and then maybe pass it along to Public Works and
Okay.
see what they have available in terms of manpower to do some of them as a priority. Okay. So I don't know, can we still add that in? Is the recommendation is for the citations to be researched in terms of a list of the highest areas that are violated, and then that list be given to Public Works to decide how many they could paint, if any.
Okay, so that's a friendly amendment. Okay, did you understand that? Okay, sure, that's fine.
Second notes.
Can you please restate your friendly amendment?
Okay, for the police department to have a list of the highest areas that have the violations, and then to pass that list to the Public Works Department so they can decide their resources to red paint it.
Okay, do you understand that, Councilor McAdams
Yes, thank you.
and Brian?
Yes, second notes.
Is this one that you'd want to be typed up on the screen so we know what we're talking about?
No, I'm good, thanks.
The new Brian?
Well, because it's a recommendation, it's not, I mean, we're not,
All right. It's a roll call, please.
I do have a quick
Oh, sorry.
comment, if I
Yes.
may.
Before you go, Elizabeth's been patient. Let's go to her.
Very patient.
Councilmember.
So I just wanted to let everybody know that Public Works already does red curb painting at requests, or they look into requests at any request sent to the Traffic Advisory Committee, the TAC, online, cityofmarina.org. So they regularly do that. They look at requests from people. And I also agree with Commander Cox, over time, people will get used to it, especially when you get tickets, because neighbors will tell each other. I'll repeat, I was born in a country where you never were allowed to park at any corner. Right, left, doesn't matter. You don't park right up to a corner because you know people will be crossing and you need to be able to see the people. So over time, people will get used to it, I hope. So, but thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Just kind of a couple comments about this MST letter. I wish there had been a little bit more information. I know that AB 413 already has exemptions for buses unloading and loading passengers. I think what they're getting at is, sometimes buses will stop at an intersection because they're ahead of schedule or for a little social break or whatever it is. I mean, I see it in Sand City, right, where they'll get out and they'll talk to the bus behind them or whatever. And I think that they do that at some of these intersections. And I don't know how the council feels, but for me, I would be concerned about allowing that behavior in light of AB 413 that says that, as you mentioned, Councilmember Fisher, is dangerous and does create a public safety risk. So hopefully the police department is hearing that as well. I think we have to use a little bit of foresight and kind of what's happening here. But it would be good to get some clarity on what actually is being asked for and come to a consensus and give the direction to the city manager of what we really want to see here. That's it for me. Thank you.
Sorry, I think, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that the stops where they wait multiple minutes if they're ahead, it's always at transit exchanges, where they're safe, like what you say in Sand City. It's built into their schedules if they are ahead. So yeah, I don't think they'll stop at any regular bus stop for a long time.
Then I guess we would still really need to know what's being said here, because like I said, there's
I will
already
take
an
it up. I'll ask.
exemption in the law for.
Yeah, I will ask them. Thank you.
Now a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember McAdams.
Aye.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilmember Biella.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Okay, that motion passed unanimously. Thank you, everyone, especially Commander Cox and your team. We move on to potential ordinance approving the transfer of responsibility. Who's going to build Sea Haven City Park?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Before I get into this, I just want to real quickly say that today is my 1-year anniversary working for the city of Marina. So you haven't fired me, so now you're stuck with me. But for the past year, I've had a lot of people, when I first came here, relocating, I had people from home ask, how do you like it? And I had people here ask, how you like it? And I kept saying, it's perfect. Sometimes I want to pinch myself to make sure that I'm not dreaming. This is just such a good place. And after a year, I can say I still feel the same way. I love working for the city of Marina. I love my boss and my colleagues. We have just a good team. We have a good time. Marina is a very special place. And so, yeah, just pretty happy about that. And thank you for hiring me and thank you for keeping me for the past year. Love being here. So this item, a lot went into this, a lot of people. So I will give an introduction. If you have any questions, if I can't answer, then there's 1, 2, 4 people here, 5, including Phil, that can answer something that I might not know. This is a proposed third amendment to the Sea Haven Development Agreement. The main purpose is to transfer the responsibility for constructing Sea Haven Park from the developer TrueMark Companies to the city of Marina. This change allows the city to better control costs, use value engineering, and ensure the project stays within budget, especially given the increased costs and delays experienced so far. Historically, the project started with a 2004 development agreement, which was later amended in 2018 and then again in 2023 to reflect changes in ownership, budget adjustments, and funding sources. Previously, the developer was responsible for building the park with contributions from impact fees and other funds. However, due to rising construction costs, now estimated at over $6.5 million, and unresolved differences, the city believes it's in its best interest to assume control of the park's construction. Staff recommends that council approve the resolution to endorse this transfer, eliminate the developer's remaining financial contributions related to the park, and support the city's effort to complete and control the project. Importantly, the environmental review for the project remains valid with no new significant defects identified. And so in summary, the amendment will enable the city to proceed efficiently with the park construction, ensuring the project meets community needs and stays within budget, and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, let's, do we open a public hearing? Let's open a public hearing and get public comment on this item, starting with anyone that's in the room. If you'd like to come up and speak, please do so at the podium. Then seeing no one standing, let's go online. Anyone online wish to speak, please raise your hand. Let's go to likely Denise Turley. Welcome back, Denise.
Hi, thanks. I just want to make the general comment that there seems to be a confusion amongst parks. We've had this conversation a few weeks ago. I spoke with Lane, and he said that this park will in fact be open to all public, that it is not because it's called Sea Haven Park, that doesn't mean that it's exclusive. And so I just want to say that out loud at the outset and as a comment. And it's been a while. Let's get going. Thanks.
Thank you, Denise. Anyone else wishing to speak? We'll keep the public hearing open another moment for you to raise your hand. Okay, we'll close public. I had one question, Ishmael, and maybe Lane. Under the fiscal impact on page 3 of the staff report, it says that to add up to the amount we need, we need 6.8 million. It'll include 3.8 million from the park development impact fees budget, and then 650,000 from the public facility impact fee fund budget. So in this case, are those two funds kind of interchangeable? They both can be drawn from for Sea Haven Park?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then by transferring or by using $650,000, is there no other higher priority that on our project list of things to do that public facility impact fee could go to? For example, a fire station. It's a public safety facility, but could this public facility impact money go to a fire station?
No.
Okay. So is there, I guess well, for anyone, either you or Lane or someone at staff, is this the highest priority for everything that public facility impact fees could pay for?
I think that's a loaded question. The city park at the dunes will be coming back to the council our next council meeting, December 16th. And we have a shortfall in that park's budget. So I can't say that it's the highest priority. What we have is the plan for this park has been approved by city council. The developer came back and wanted to value engineer it and reduced a lot of the amenities of the park, and the council said we did not want to do that. And so the council directed staff to keep those amenities back in the park. And so this would be needed to, what we think, to implement what council did on that. Now, with that said, if council approves this, we will immediately be going out to bid for this park. And when we go out to bid, we will have a better sense of exactly what those final costs will be. And so if all else goes well, it will be fine, or we may have to come back if it's a little short and then make some decisions at that point.
Okay, just wanted to put it out there. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for this presentation, Ismail. I'll start with my last question, actually, the city manager. So this will go out to bid very soon. Will we still get a chance to, will the public and the council still get a chance to give comments about modifications to the design? I know you're getting tired of this, but I'm thinking, of course, about maybe adding the pickleball courts. How will that work?
That's a great, great question. As we go out to bid, we're going to go out to bid with some ad alternates. And so,
Okay.
so we're not changing anything from the design
Yeah.
that council approved. We'll do ad alternates for 2 pickleball courts, an additional 2, an additional 4 pickleball courts, and then we'll come back to council.
Okay, I totally understand that because we need to be done with changing designs at some point. And I would like to thank Denise Turley for her remarks about this. It definitely, it's a city park. It's open to everybody. And I know that there are plans to change names of parks in the future. It might be a contest. And so it is in the works. Just to avoid any confusion, it will be good to have a different name. Same for the Dunes City Park and
Correct.
So-
It will not be Sea Haven Park and it will not be Dunes Park.
yes. And I've made this remark before. The $2.1 million in 2018, Google is really my friend, will be 2.7, about 2.7 today. I know the developer might be online. If the developer would choose to send a little bit more money, or just forget about subtracting the cost for the design, I think nobody would protest at our city. Because come on, they're not selling their homes for the prices from 2018. And I know for the future, I hope that our city, if we ever do another agreement like this, while we can negotiate, because they requested an extension of the time, that I hope we can build in a condition that it's not a fixed amount. The amount will be indexed every year with the CPI or construction cost index, because this is so sad for our city. We're always getting the short end of the stick here. And then by the time we finally get around to constructing it, oops, we don't have enough money. So city attorney or city manager is from now on, or are you already doing that? For any agreements, if there's any money involved from developers, can we have that condition that it will be indexed?
Well, I don't know that there's any agreement currently that we're negotiating where that would
But
be.
if it ever comes up,
Sure.
will there be
Yeah.
somebody
we could
thinking
certainly
about this?
Consider that, yes.
You're still young, you might still be here. So but like I said, I think if anybody likes to send us more money, there's no objection to that. We can, okay, because I see one name here. They will be hearing this. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Isma.
Elizabeth, thank you. Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I love this term valued engineering. I don't know who came up with it, but it's just such a euphemism for making something cheaper. Anyway, so it's astounding to me and a lesson for all of us. You know, this thing has been going, as Denise Turley pointed out, forever. And we went from 2 million to now almost 7 million. It's just like mind boggling to me. But having said that, I did ask the city manager, can we do this new method of construction manager at risk? So we would stay within the budget, and he said, and I've learned this, that methodology is really for like 40 to $50 million projects and not, ones like this. So, but yes, cost is obviously escalating beyond any of our wildest imaginations. But anyway, it sounds like the developer and the city are in agreement for this. And I think it puts to bed so many of the difficulties we've had over these many years. I remember debating this in council very early on in my first term, and we were talking about adding another bathroom, and that stopped everything in its tracks, and then it disappeared for a long time. So has a difficult history, and I agree. I think, we put a lot of effort in the city manager to get an agreement like this, and I think I'm very happy to hear too in writing that if we agree to this, then by February can start opening the bid. That's fantastic. So we need to accelerate this process.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other, well, does someone want to make a motion? A motion that we adopt the ordinance before us approving the transfer responsibility to the city and that we find the project consistent with environmental impact report certification for the Marina Heights specific plan.
I second.
All right, final questions or comments before a vote? Can we have a roll call, please, Anita?
Councilmember McAdams.
Aye.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilmember Biala.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. All right. Thank you, everyone. That motion passes unanimously. We have a couple of consent items. Let's start with
13B.
13B, designating City Hall parking areas or no parking areas.
Good evening, council. So this item came about, part of my job as a city planner is to think ahead. So I'm very fortunate as a city employee that the city sends me to different APA and different planning director trainings. So so there was a project that we approved about 1.5 years ago up the street. It's a 15-unit project. There was a bill that got adopted that I learned about at an APA conference, AB 2097, which took effect about 1.5 years ago. If you're within a half mile of a major transit stop, the city planning department, we can't ask for parking minimums anymore. And so I worked with our GIS team from Rincon to create, well, what is that half mile buffer around the MST site? And as you can see, it's a sizable portion of our downtown area. And so that got me thinking with this project at Hillcrest that we had just approved, with the training that I had gone to for the APA conference, it probably is a good idea to push forward an ordinance amendment recommending that this city hall really for your constituents be used for city business and be used as a parking space so people can come to these meetings, come to planning commission meetings, and really be reserved for that purpose. Similar to what Commander Cox mentioned, there's a provision in the California Vehicle Code that if the council does want to push that forward, we have to identify fines that are generally in range with our neighboring cities. So working with the city attorney, we found a similar fine provision of around $45. And this is the draft resolution. And once again, this is a completely voluntary matter. I'm only doing this to support you and your constituents so people can come to these meetings to voice their opinions about matters and to come get involved with city politics for permits or whatnot. But it really is consequential because of that buffer from the MST site oh, why is it? I went too far, sorry.
You were briefing through to the last one. There was a slide that has some higher numbers.
Right.
Can you show that, or is that not to be shown?
Of course, no, this is all public.
Next. Okay, so when you fast forward that, that's what I was talking about. That was the other issue we heard about earlier. Okay, sorry. Different issue.
Yeah, different issue, but I originally wrote the report as one report, so that has similar formatting, so.
Okay. So I think we go to public comment, right? Anyone here in the room that wants to speak, please stand and come to the podium. Seeing no one rise, we'll go online. Anyone online wish to speak, please raise your hand so you can do so. We'll give you a moment before we end public comment. Okay, we'll close public comment. Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm just curious, so the no parking areas would be between the hours of 1 a.m. to 6 a.m.?
That's correct. So
So
that,
how does that help people who want to come to a 6 PM meeting?
so the idea is presumably the council meetings would be done by 1 o'clock in the morning, which here, other cities, that's not the case. So the idea would be that people would park here for the meetings and then we would have to work with our police department in terms of how we actually identify people who are here. But the general idea is not to have it be an overnight parking stay.
Got it. Okay.
So I think the thought with that is people in the neighborhood, if they're finding a parking spot, they need to find it earlier. And so they're not going to be trying to park in here when we need it, like during council meetings, things like that. They're going to be needing to find it elsewhere. And so what we're trying to do is from the 1 a.m. on, not allowing parking here. And we think the effect is they will have to find it elsewhere. That makes sense. Probably things you feel like that didn't.
Okay. I mean, I'm just curious, like, do we already have employee parking stickers? And are there signs like city hall parking only, designated spots? I'm just wondering, I mean, I don't think it's realistic that Commander Cox is going to send a police officer here every day at, 1:05 or whatever to ticket people that are parking overnight. So I'm just curious if there's another way to do this. For me, I see a lot of policies that just don't get enforced. And so I want to make sure, like, I absolutely understand why you want to do this. And thank you, for having that initiative, but I just want to make sure that it works and it does what the outcome that you want it to do.
Right.
So I'm just curious, did you look at other options or do we have employee stickers?
We do not have employee stickers at this point.
Okay.
We did talk about that internally. And so as we implement this, if it becomes an issue or problem, then we have the ability to do that, to start really posting signs, required stickers or things like that.
Got it. Okay. And then for me, like when you pull into here, there's no signage that says like city hall parking only. So I think that would just be a natural first step.
Right. And part of the motion is to, not this motion, I keep going forward too much. I don't know why. Part of the motion is to, if the council approves it, to direct the city engineer and public works department to put up the signs.
Perfect. Okay, great. Thank you so much. And I appreciate this initiative. And, even tonight, we couldn't really find parking. I mean, really, it's very, it can be challenging. And this room was empty. So it's like, where are the cars coming from? So thank you, Guido.
Let's go to our city attorney.
Sure. So when I discussed this with staff, really, there were kind of two issues. One was the potential for overnight parking, and then separate and apart regulating sort of the parking lot in and of itself during, city business hours. And I've advised that I think the city would be well within its rights to put up signage limiting parking for city business. And so I don't think you'd need a resolution or ordinance amendment for that. But for the overnight parking, perhaps it would be better to have something on the books.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember McCarthy and then Viola.
Thank you, Mayor. As Councilmember McAdams mentioned, I mean, we had a hard time parking. I'm parked out in the fire police spot between 6 and whatever right now. And that was the only thing open. And Hillcrest isn't even built yet. So I think we're going to be back here in 8 months, which I really don't love. I would hope that we could maybe tackle this issue now. I'd like to see a paradigm where we say for city business only, we issue staff permits and everybody else has 4 hours, whatever it is, 2 hours, right? And I know we don't have a parking enforcement staff, but I would hope that would be enough to deter the problem that already exists having said that Hillcrest isn't even built yet and there are other projects in the pipeline. So while I appreciate this, I think we're going to be back. I don't think it probably goes far enough. In fact, I honestly don't know that how much it really helps us at all. I don't think we know until we go through the exercise. So, I mean, for me, we could either approve it or not, or we could come back and ask for something more, a little bit more strict. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Viala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I had a little bit of trouble understanding it, like Councilmember McAdams was saying. At first I was going, why those hours? Like, how that help us? But our city manager pointed out that people are parking overnight, and that makes the big difference. So if they're parking there because they're not going to use their car, or, you know, somebody's visiting or something and they're parking it and they're using their other vehicle or they're using the bus, then I can see that they're using our parking lot for their personal uses, and that we have to really curb. But again, I'm not so sure either, you know, how effective this is going to be for that. And, you know, to the point of enforcing, like what time do the shifts start here? Like, is it 6
For
a.m.?
the police officers.
Yeah, 6 a.m. is, I mean, you start at 7 a.m. Nurses start at 7.
So,
But
yeah, we have varying shifts, but
Uh.
our primary platoons are at 7 a.m. and 7 p.m.
yeah. So maybe
but-
7 is a better number if you're going to be.
Well, the reason Guido and I spoke about this, one reason is determining where that vehicle belongs is part of the process of issuing a citation.
Right.
Should a council meeting go late and someone is here sitting along, we don't want that person cited. So therefore, that's where the 1 a.m. And this coincides with another parking violation, timeframe wise, of camping in a vehicle. You can sleep in your vehicle up until 1 o'clock in the morning, technically, but not between 1 and 5. So there is the same time frame.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think enforcement at night is the easiest or not. I mean, it's very obvious. If there's a car between 1 and 6 a.m., it should not be there. And if they have time,
Did you come to briefing and tell the officers that? Because I say that all the time. and it's-
I still need to sign up for my ride along or I used to call it drive-by. I said, no, that's not. Okay. But so for me, I would say, yeah, definitely start with this and see how it works. And if any other signs like city business only, that's way harder to enforce because you need to follow people. Where do they go and do they visit a neighbor and then they go into City Hall or anyway. But I would like to go even further. I know Public Works Commission recommended to do this only for this parking lot, and staff added the Public Works planning building, the annex, which makes total sense. But we already know we will need this at the future city parks at Sea Haven and the Dunes. We need no overnight parking there. So do we need to go through this process again, or can we already throw that in and save some time at a future meeting, or?
So you just need to do it by resolution, which is what you're doing here, is just designate areas. So in this case, you would be able to designate the Sea Haven Park in the future as a no parking area between 1 a.m. and 6 a.m.
So that has to be a separate process, or can we add it on? No.
It would be a separate process.
Oh, so, okay, that's too bad.
It's a single step process.
Okay.
Our parks are already closed in the evening, I think, between sunset and sunrise.
Exactly. We already have that. You can't. Yes.
Well, and that is the violation that we utilize as for enforcement now for any city park, which is park.
But like at the Dunes, you will have parking at the cities, at the streets. It will be very good, I think, to have signs there to make it very clear for people. When he cannot park at the corner. No overnights. Yeah, so anyway, we'll deal. I guess we'll have to spend some time on it when the time comes. So, but thank you for this. Very clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor McCarthy,
Nope.
would anyone like to make a motion? I'll motion we adopt the resolution before us. Designating City Hall 211 Hillcrest and Permit Center 209 Cypress as no parking areas between 1 a.m. and 6 a.m. and placing appropriate signs as authorized by our code sections. Finding these actions are CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act, exempt.
Second.
Okay, any final questions before we go to a vote? Can we have don't need a roll call. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say no. Any abstentions? Does that pass unanimously, with the 5 of us? Thank you very much, Guido. So we'll go now to, some full consent items, starting with what was 10M1, the, appointments to city council, at other agencies. And I wanted to run through this and then open it up to others. Under special districts. So this would be on. I mean to go from start to finish. So on page 1 of Exhibit A, Monterey County Mosquito Abatement District, to turn that to Jenny instead of Brian, because he wants to stay with AMBAG. He's in position to be chair, and Jenny has let me know that that's fine. So Jenny would be Mosquito Abatement District representative for us. And then moving to page 2 of 4, I have just a slight change, swapping Associated Monterey Government, making Brian the primary and Jenny the alternate, with myself remaining as the second alternate. So Brian would stay as the member and Jenny and I would be successive alternates. And then going to page 3, Transportation Agency, Monterey County, swapping Councilmember McAdams and Vischer, because Lisbeth and I are working on TAMSI and MST issues all the time. It makes a lot of sense that Lisbeth be the primary alternate and Jenny moving to the secondary alternate for TAMSI. And then moving to, that was 3 of 4. Moving to 4 of 4, I have no changes. So now let's turn it over to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I think you said what I was going to say. For those that are watching that are curious how the sausage is made, I think it's worth pointing out that, these commissions and boards are a lot of work for all of us. There are days when I wake up and hope that I'm not on any. And so I'm appreciative of everybody for the role that they play. I mean, oftentimes these meetings are a repeat of what you see here tonight, another day during the week. So, I think about what's best for the people of Marina, and I was second vice president of AMBAG, now first vice president in line to be president. I think that is good for the city to be in that pipeline. If someone new was to take over, it would start over. I had another comment that kind of escaped me. If I think of it, I'll raise my light again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On number 4, the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau, Lisbeth is the member, and I would like to volunteer to be the alternate. It's called an official. What did you say?
I don't know whether you need it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I'll be the alternate because we're already working together on many Monterey projects. So might as well do this.
Great. Thank you, Kathy. Mayor Pro Tem Vischer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, and in addition to that, it would be good to change the name from the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau. It's C Monterey, which is so much easier. And it's C Monterey County, by the way, but
C Monterey County?
No, officially, but no, they just say C Monterey.
C Monterey.
This is just one of my pet peeves. And then for the rest, I will miss the Public Works Commission. So I might still show up.
All right.
But I'm excited to see that start attending the Recreation and Community Services Commission meetings. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. So I'll motion that we approve this appointment schedule with Councilmember McAdams on the Mosquito Abatement District, Brian McCarthy, the member on AMBAG, with Councilmember McAdams, his alternate, and then me, but that's already there. That Lisbeth become the number 1 alternate to TAMSI, and Councilmember McAdams being the second alternate, Kathy Biala being the alternate to Elizabeth on the C Monterey. And that's my motion. Oh, and the C Monterey change, that becomes the new name for Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau on this. chart.
I second.
Okay, any final, well, let's go to the public. Anyone here? Not seeing anyone rise from their empty chairs. Let's go to online. Oh, it's a consent item. Okay. Any final comments before we vote? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes or abstentions? All right, that passes unanimously. We're going to 10G2, the agreement between our city and Greystar. And let's turn this over to Mayor Pro Tem Fisher. She pulled it, and others have comments as well.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for staff for having prepared this report. And I want to start by saying I don't want to hold anything up. I don't see any reason for not to approve this amendment, but it's a good reason for me to ask my fellow council members that I think, you know, we formed the board for the Abrams Park and Preston Park communities. And I think we need way more information, which staff already added to included in the staff report, that from now on, Greystar will start providing quarterly reports. But I would like to also go over policies. I don't want to get into much detail, but I was contacted by a tenant a couple months ago. There was an issue with getting what she called an eviction notice. Turned out she had signed an early termination. She said without realizing it, or whatever the reason was. This was a very stressful situation for this tenant and her 3 children. So this woke me up, kind of like, hey, they're contacting us. You know, we are the board. And I'm also the council member for that district. So I would like to review all the current procedures, see what we can approve. Denise Turley already mentioned it, and another, was it Linda, I think, at the public comments at the beginning of the meeting. They also requested to, which I didn't know, by the way, but they requested to look into how we can work better together. So I would like to get this started. I don't know what's the best way to do this. Maybe city manager can tell us, or the legal city attorney.
I think probably that the first place to start would be, we'll sit down with Greystar, with their management team, and talk about our existing policies and procedures, and get a understanding of what's in existing. We'll have Marina be involved in that process. We'll look at, we'll have them go over the existing lease in detail. What are the requirements in the existing lease? And then I think that'll be a start. Then kind of come back to council.
Okay, because as you know, I sent emails with, as usual, many words. I apologize for that. But because I also would like to know, how do tenants receive the policies that are in place? How do they know? How can they appeal if there is a violation or courtesy notice that they don't agree with? There needs to be a procedure there needs to be a clear policy or procedure without having to go to the court. You know, courts, I know that's an American thing, but I think so many issues can be solved without litigation. And it's just another step that might cost people money. So, so how soon can staff come back to the council? I assume that my fellow council members would like this too, or
let me interrupt to give the city attorney some input.
So just some thoughts in terms of the policies. I guess the first thing was probably maybe what we need to understand what Greystar does as far as education about existing policies, because there's a pretty detailed grievance procedure that is set forth in the current agreement that I understand, and that's one of the documents, Mayor, that you pointed out that didn't have any signatures, but it appears that that's a document that needs to be signed by every tenant. So I think there's probably an educational component to understand that those existing procedures and how tenants are made aware of those, and then also maybe understanding how Greystar administers that procedure as well. So that's one, finding out more information. And then the second thing would be trying to find out if there's anything that we need to do to amend that, and we would bring that back to the council for that purpose. I know you potentially, as a board, would maybe want to make ultimate decisions, but I also want to advise that you also are the landowner. So we'd have to figure out a way that there could be a process that perhaps doesn't involve you, but there's a process short of court that can probably be set up for this purpose to address some of these issues. So we can look into that.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I don't want to say that it has to be the council members who do it. I just want there to be a procedure where the tenants can go outside of the management company to get their grievance, if that's the word, heard. And I also want there to be a policy that we are the owners, you know, we are the board, that I want us to tell the management company how violation or courtesy notices are being handled, and make sure that they are being closed. And not that if a tenant goes to the office, say, hey, it wasn't me, it wasn't my garbage can, it wasn't my car. There needs to be a follow-up for that. And not like, oh, no, now you have so many violations and now you're in trouble. And having worked in property management, of course, it's my field, and I know that's always closer to somebody's hearts. But we're talking about people's housing, and when people are afraid that they don't know if they will still have housing by the end of the month, that is very stressful, and that is something so serious that I think we as a board need to have very clear policies for that. So.
And just to describe, so there's currently sort of a two-step process in the grievance procedure. One of them is to deal with it informally with management. The second step would be with a hearing officer that is, you know, to be retained by the city, but, you know, does not work for management or the city or the tenant in that respect.
Yes, and it might have been
independent person.
So there might have been a misunderstanding, but the tenant really thought that she had received an eviction notice. And just even for a tenant to have that idea, that thought, whatever went wrong, this is not how we should be treating our tenants. And so it will be good to go over all this, and I'll try to be patient, but can you give me a timeline? I know the holidays are coming up, but
I would say 4 to 6 months, honestly.
Okay, can we make it 4?
We will shoot for.
Can we make, well, let me say, it's can we, what do you call it? Can we make it by the end of April? Or I might be out of town. End of May? End of May?
We will have something back to you by the
End of May. Okay. So that we don't forget it. So, yeah, thank you.
All right, let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a resource for renters. There is Echo Housing, which provides, free counseling and mitigation. They would look at that document and help that renter sort of explain what that is. And they do have in office hours at Pacific Grove City Hall, the 4th Wednesday of the month, as well as in Salinas Tuesdays and Thursdays at the Community Impact Center. So that's like a nice free resource. I also think too, even though our housing programs manager wouldn't necessarily be managing the units, but I think that key position that remains funded and unfilled could be a liaison with Greystar. And so again, I will advocate for let's have a housing programs manager because we really need one. And then going back to the to the renter's insurance requirement, as the Mayor Pro Tem said, like we're the owners. And for years, we've put our tenants in a vulnerable position. And now we're reactive because there was a fire. And all of the renters who were impacted by the fire did not have renters insurance. And so shame on us. And I know that we can do better. The last thing that you want or that I want to see our tenants is, not only do you lose everything, you have no place to stay. You don't have, now you're having to eat your meals out, and renter's insurance, which I have through my car insurance. I think it's like $27 a month, but that's what it's there for. And they will put you in a hotel. They will give you a daily per diem. They will help you with gas money. So I really encourage staff the way that it's in the agenda report is a little ambiguous. I can't tell if it's starting in the first quarter or it's going to start when people renew their leases or if everybody's doing it. So that probably needs to be a little fine-tuned, but I would absolutely suggest that all the tenants are required to get renter's insurance. It's in the lease. I don't understand why it's been like not applicable, but as soon as possible, and that it be, community wide, not just when people renew. And so, I think for us, we need to be better property owners. That's what I'm hearing. And I don't know what that looks like. But we oversee the management company. I've also heard from the residents that they feel very disconnected. And so how do we fix that too? So anyways, I am appreciative of the tenants who trust us and come to us when they have issues. I think that's very important, but also I don't want to be a property manager, and so we have to just figure this out and do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think Mayor Pro Tem's comment is very important, saying that, her example of and that we need some kind of third party access when there are complaints. I don't know that I, as a council person, want to be reviewing the policies. I think we might need, as our city attorney says, is that he will do a legal review and scrutinize those things. And apparently they do have a two-step grievance process, but somewhere along the line, they reached out to you because they didn't know the second part of there is a third party separate from the management company that they could have reached out to. And I think we need to examine how they're approaching that. How do they inform the tenants about the second step, which is so important because it is the more objective third party. Because I don't think that we should be the recipients of complaints at that level, but we are the owners and we have a special obligation. And it sounds like we have not had any oversight in any of our staff, right? Have never been assigned. Who is this third party second grievance step? Who is that?
So this would be a hearing officer. It's
A
usually
legal one. Okay.
yes, employed on a sort of ad hoc basis, but we want to, as we have with other provisions in our ordinance, we've been looking at those processes. We want to nail down how that hearing officer gets selected, whether we have a panel already sort of in place. So there are different things that we need to look at to make sure that when somebody takes advantage of that process, that
Right.
there is actually
Right.
someone there that can fill that
Right.
role of a hearing
And
officer.
that's already a pretty serious step because it involves a legal step. But I wonder if there is another step that outside of the management company, somebody on our staff can actually be available to sort of, if there's a grievance that's not resolved, that it goes to somebody on our staff to do a better evaluation and do intervention. And then there's a third step if it gets to that point where there's a legal review of this. Because I think that it seems like we jump from sort of being sequestered in the management company and then it jumps to legal. And I would like to see a second step, but we don't really have anybody on staff. Our city manager can answer that right now.
When our assistant city manager position is filled, if that person is responsible for the Abrams and Preston Park. We also will have a housing manager position that's filled. That will also help us on the housing. And so we do have staff that will be.
That will be, okay, so that would be the second step I'm talking about. And the third step is the legal intervention.
And those are things that
Yeah.
that we'll be working with our attorney, looking at our policies and procedures, and
Yeah,
we'll be
and-
coming back to council.
Great, because we could add that step in. So, but I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem for calling that out for us.
So I understand that, you know, this person may have received something similar and it is very scary. I remember when I received mine, I thought, oh my gosh, am I getting kicked out already? But it's best practice, it's standard language. So I would not want to see us not use as best practices to notify residents of violations, even if they are scary. That's me personally. I think there are some ways that we could attach maybe a memo saying, hey, look here for more information, and say, hey, this is standard language, right? Like try not to lose sleep over it kind of thing. I take a little bit of an alternate view. I think we're paying good money, Greystar, to manage these properties. If they're not doing a good job, then we need to find a new manager. And if they are, then we need to let them do their job and manage the properties. It's just kind of my opinion. We pay them to take some of that burden off of us. And so I think we just really need to have that discussion. Either they're doing what we are paying them to do or they're not. And if they're not, then let's work with them to get them more in line with what we want them to do. There are some issues that, as Councilmember Vischer mentioned, that I'd love to have come back to us. Our smoke-free policy is one of them. I believe it's a smoke-free property as it is.
That's correct.
Okay. Do we know if we get complaints that people are smoking anyway?
We do.
So I think that's an area where we can probably, there's an opportunity to step up enforcement and look at those things. I did read through the Greystar kind of standard language, and they talked about some additional insurance beyond renter's insurance, like flood insurance, and we're not requiring that though, right?
That's correct. Not for the tenant.
Okay.
There's a couple areas that in our city's policy we cover flood insurance.
Okay. I know for me, every apartment building I've ever lived in has required renter's insurance. I did some research and the statistics are between 80 and like 95% of all apartment owners in the country require it. So I'm a little embarrassed that we haven't required it up till today. But I'm glad that we're fixing that and looking to move forward in a positive direction. So I think those are my comments. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, we'll go back to Mayor Pro Tem in just a moment. I think everyone can improve, and when a council member finds something that doesn't seem right, they're doing their job if they get involved like Elizabeth did. She spent a lot of time on this. And when she pulled me in, what I learned was that the tenant received some kind of a notice that she had to move out by October 31st, and it was early October or late September. And that caused her a lot of stress. As you can imagine, it's not easy to move and find a place that you can afford. So her children and her were quite stressed while they were working with Lisbeth to try to understand what was really coming down their way. And so Lisbeth has spent some time and has some suggestions of improvement. And I think there's always room for improvement. So I appreciate the time she spent with the city manager, myself, and with the tenant to try to step in and help that out immediately, but then bring it to our attention to try to prevent that sort of thing from happening in the future. Language is often a barrier. Some of us have gone door to door in Preston and Abrams for different reasons, and we find a lot of people of second language as their first language. I mean, non-English speakers as their first. And it's difficult to understand these notices, as you mentioned, the verbiage they use, Councilmember McCarthy, is kind of scary. And maybe it's not even, they don't even understand what that means if it's the first time they've seen that language. And so I wonder what we do to accommodate those who have used English as a second language with these complicated documents and these arrangements. And then when they have a question or they want to understand the process of first step informal, second step hearing officer, really do we expect them to understand that? So, probably everyone can do a better job, including us, to accommodate those folks. I recently got involved just trying to help a couple out that needed a place to live. And so we went to Preston Park and we were told there is no wait list or market rate units, that interested parties just need to keep calling back the office to check if there's a unit available. And that the reason there's no wait list is because when they had a wait list, it was longer than 2 years, which was ineffective. So they did away with the wait list. But they have a wait list for affordable units, and the wait list is 2 to 6 years, no, 2 to 5 years, but in reality, it's 3 to 8 years, they told me. So you have a wait list for affordable units that doesn't really work, and you don't have a wait list for market rate units because the wait list didn't work for that. So it left me thinking there's room for a wait list policy that's different than our current wait list policy. And it doesn't have to come to us as the board, but us as the board should be aware of these issues when we become aware of them. We should share it with others. Online information in this process, I looked online and what I couldn't find were prices for affordable units. When I was in person, they wouldn't give me the prices for affordable units. So the couple I was with didn't know what their options were. They go market rate, how much is it? They go affordable unit, how much is it? So that information is proprietary for some reason. There's probably good reason for it, but it's not very good service to the couple who's thinking about getting on a wait list and paying a $35 fee and a $200 non-refundable fee if they get a unit available and they don't take it. So there was room there. And then when a friend called, they were told on the phone that they couldn't give out the address to the office, which is on the website at 479 or 679 Wall Court. So how we handled phone information, communication might have some room for improvement. So I think that up until now, we as a board have been fairly disconnected from policy, and we probably need to stay disconnected to some extent, but to some extent, we probably need to be more connected than we've been. The staff is very kind at Preston Park, and they are very helpful, but they don't necessarily make the policy. They're working the office. And I think that when it comes to things like wait lists and language barrier accommodations, we probably don't need to recreate anything. We go to CHISPA, who provides a lot of affordable housing. We go to other entities that, like us, own residential housing, public residential housing, and we just take their policies and make them our own to whatever extent that work would be. But we don't need to recreate anything as simple as wait lists or the kind of things that we've heard others bring up tonight. Okay. Now we'll go back to Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I want to make it clear, I'm not saying that the management company is not doing a good job. We are the ones who need to do a better job, like Councilmember McAdams already said, and we are responsible for policy making. So, and just as an example, a neighbor to neighbor dispute, I was shocked to hear that a notice gets posted on the front door. This is the last thing you want to do when you have an issue with your neighbor upstairs, downstairs. You don't want the neighbor to see like, oh, they're getting another notice. You know, this is for us to say, you know, you send notices by USPS, you use our mail. So yeah, waitlist policy, that needs to be transparent. We need to know who's on the list and how far are you on the list? What are your chances? How long? You know, we cannot say exactly, but yeah, you're getting more to the top. I mean, this is housing we're talking about. We have a housing crisis. And so my last question for the city manager is, how are we doing with hiring a new assistant city manager and a housing manager?
And let's make sure that's within the scope of this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Or, well, this is because we need those people to,
Yeah, I mean,
Can
it's
we-
not necessarily within the scope, but if he's got the information, he can just provide it, not necessarily for discussion.
I'm not asking names. I'm just asking, are we,
On the assistant city manager, there's 2 finalists that I'm be interviewing. The housing manager should be posted soon.
okay, so that has not been posted yet. Okay, so that's why we don't have anybody yet. Probably, yes. Okay, thank you. This was it for me.
Okay, do we want to entertain a motion? Council, Mayor Pro Tem Fisher?
Yeah, I think I could just, I move to approve.
Second.
Okay, any final, City Manager Lane Long?
I just
Oh,
kind
for
of
all of them.
make you
Yeah, both.
one comment, and I think this was great feedback from the council, and I think as you talk about, we can all improve and make things better. But I did want you to know that with our Preston Park loan, part of the process required last week a site inspection of the whole property, and we just heard back from the person, the firm doing the site inspection, and they said the property is in fantastic shape, and they said there's a couple minor issues. So the good part is that that was a major hurdle we need to clear for getting our loan approved. The other part of that is they randomly selected units, and they went inside it, and so I spent the first hour randomly going in 6 or 8 units. And I can tell you that every unit I went in, they raved about how much they appreciated Gray Star, and they talked about their staff and how good they were. These are people there from 15 years, 30 years. One was there 20, 25 years. And so from that random walkthrough, and I get that we hear from the public and there's problems, and it's good. I mean, that's how we improve. That's how we correct things. And but I just want to let you know, on that random inspection, the 6 or 8 homes I went to, the feedback was great. That's a good part.
Yeah, that's huge. And it points out that sometimes the big picture is going really well and the little picture isn't perfect. There's always room for improvement, but it's easy for me to forget how well things are going overall. And we haven't had hardly any complaints the last many years. And we used to get a lot of complaints every year. So something is different, and it's very better. It's different in a much better way. It's been much improved. And I think that's because staff and the property managers have just learned to be better at everything they do. It's not easy. So thank you, Lane, for pointing that out. Random visits are a great way to get the pulse. Okay, so we have a motion to approve both resolutions before us and the recommended staff recommendation to approve this amended contract agreement. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. All right, that motion passed unanimously. On the Mayor's Association, we met in November in Marina at Brass Tap. It's the first time we've met in former Fort Ord. We always went to Central Marina restaurants, but I thought it was time. There's so much to see from sitting down at Brass Taps outside And I myself was pretty amazed. If you sit outside Brass Tap and you look south, you can't see the end of new buildings. It looks like a little city has popped up, brand new and modern. And that's you don't see that very often, especially in a town our size. Of course, all the other mayors were it was remarkable for everyone to be there, and the service was great. The food was great.
Jealous, the word you're looking for, maybe?
The day was sunny and wonderfully perfect. Not always do we get that kind of weather. We talked about the county had their assistant administrative officer there, and she talked about basically the county woes and how to make their budget work, they had to cut out from the budget all unoccupied, all vacant positions. I mean, just imagine making that kind of a butcher knife to all vacant positions, and they're not done. They might have to come back and do some more budget cuts. So we in Marina are fortunate in many ways, but that was obvious during that lunch meeting at Marina at Brass Tap. Okay, if we have any council reports on meetings, that brings up a meeting that Mayor Pro Tem and I went to. MST hosted a tour of the construction going on for the surf project. It's an immense project, and I think it's going to have the biggest bus station in Monterey County. It's going to be at 5th Street, out the dunes, and it's going to connect to a lot of other bus lines that aren't connected now in the way that it is. And we found some things such as they're going to put a nasty K-rail type concrete barrier permanently alongside the bike path, the recreation trail that goes under the freeway, the underpass, and goes out to the beach. The last thing you want is an ugly wall barrier when you're going to the nice beach. It's like something you wouldn't see in Carmel or Monterey or PG. And so we said, you can't put a K-rail without some kind of art or something. Oh, you can't put art. You might not even be able to put horizontal lines because Caltrans is their specs are so tight. It's just maybe going to be an ugly wall forever. And MST got back to us and said, we're going to continue looking into it. And county supervisor said, well, we should contact our assembly person and state senator. And so we contacted John Laird and Don Addis. Within minutes, they had sent each of them emails to Caltrans. And within an hour, Caltrans had responded that Ishmael, who kind of let us know that Caltrans was misunderstanding how the funding was going to work. And so they didn't want to release funding that TAMSI had already gotten for us. Long story short, within a couple days, they had met with Ishmael, the Caltrans representatives, and everything's smooth. We're not going to lose the project. And Ishmael was worried that this holdup in funding could seriously risk losing the whole project, which is the new signal on 3rd Avenue and Imjin Parkway, that it has funding, but that funding was held up, and that project may not have been able to have happened if it wasn't for quick action by Don Addis and John Laird. So that was a meeting that we attended and had some real consequence, because what are we going to know about different things? So I guess that was kind of confusing two different issues, but they both related to Caltrans. And now we need to follow up with Caltrans on their specs, because when I was driving down south to see my mom, or with my mom to see her old house last week, they had exactly what we wanted on the median wall of a K-rail type barrier that had horizontal lines and and shadows of mountains, because we were next to the San Gabriel Mountains. And it's like, okay, so then we sent those photos to MST, who's going to take them to Caltrans. So I'm sorry for confusing those two issues, because then I was temporarily confused myself. But we had a great meeting with MST touring the STRF, and it brought up a couple of issues. And so that was good. Ishmael, we were just giving you a shout out for working through the 3rd Avenue Imjin Parkway signal funding and working with Caltrans to unstick that funding So thank you for that. Okay, anyone else with reports on meetings? All right, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.